Hello, good morning. Let's try again. I've been reflecting a bit. I think I'm in this let's see, CodeSandbox. I'm in this state of mind where like I have a very short time to pissed. So like I generally feel really good, but there's so little stuff that needs to happen for me to get really pissed. I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe it's a bit of stress or so. My point is that I generally feel really good. It's just that, yeah, when stuff pop up, I get really frustrated very fast. And it's kind of funny because I've had moments or phases in my life where I've been like super stable. No, I shouldn't say stable. Like I'm not an unstable person, but like just felt really good all the time, and that's basically when I've not been working. Specifically, like when I was in paternity leave with let me just share these URLs first, and then let's see, and this will be web development now, and links. Okay, cool, now I can concentrate. So yeah, like when I was at fraternity leave with Oscar, I was doing like meditation at the same time, and not like the feel calm when you meditate, but like insight meditation, like as reflecting on the big questions of what is consciousness and how do you identify with your thoughts and all that stuff. And it was really amazing, but it was not as much me meditating as not working. I think so work makes you, at least me, somewhat emotionally unstable because I identify a lot with work, and when things are going well, I'm like super happy, and when things are not going well, I get super frustrated. And I think also part of my personality is that I really need to be validated. I really need it. It's kind of a bad thing, but I just need it. It's like it's more. I could live in a cave, not have any money, but as long as I get validated for my efforts, then I'm the happiest person in the world. Which is nice in some ways, but I think I noticed that, like with the state of things now, there's a lot of focus on getting things done, and there's not that much room for validation. But just a small thing yesterday, like I've been working on this disconnected thing, and then suddenly in a session, Eva's one of the founders just says, OMG, that disconnected thing, now that it's working, it's amazing. And like suddenly everything just falls in the background, all the frustrations, and it's like, oh, thank you. I really needed to just get some validation. And it's fascinating to me how I work. But what we're going to do, because I started this meditation thing again. So every morning before I start working, I spend like 10 minutes doing these sessions. And it's the same thing. Like it's not about being calm in those 10 minutes. It's about like training your mind to notice to kind of notice what's happening. So typically you just get overwhelmed in like whatever it is, like frustration or thoughts or whatever. And it's kind of just being able to identify that it's happening so that you have more of a choice of pivoting your attention. So if I get frustrated today, I'm going to take a moment and try to like notice that it's happening. And then we're going to try to get past it together. So I don't like have to stop the stream, because it's that kind of, that's so weird. No, it's not weird, but it's I have to find a good way to deal with that, because I'm super pumped by everything we're doing, and then I think it's coming off wrong when I kind of just stop the stream because I get so freaking frustrated. Let's see. Let's just start by looking at the day. So there's Flexible Friday today, and we're going to work on something really cool. But at 1:30, yeah, I have a discussion. So we have until 1:30, and I might be working on some stuff with some other people, but hopefully we can do that on the stream. Anyways, yesterday we were working on these models things, and the reason I got a bit frustrated with it is because it was kind of blocking the feature I was trying to ship. And I just felt really bad, like spending so much effort on it. But at the same time, I know it's important to have like good, clear concepts that the team aligns on. So I shared this README for the models with the team. So the way we deal with models in the editor is that you can just use a global model component, which like overlays the whole app and everything. And then you just use it in any component whenever you want to. And then you can manually control its state with custom component state and do whatever you want. But sometimes we have, and just identifying like why doesn't this work in all scenarios? That was part of the discovery. Because there are certain parts of the code base where you want to manage models, but you don't really have, you're not in a component rendering some stuff. So it's just some internals of a hook somewhere. So expressed here with a use effect. So I can also define a model and then make it a hook to simplify its consumption, and then in some hook somewhere I can just use that model, and then maybe in some effect inside that hook I'm able to manipulate opening and closing that model. So that's basically how models work. And you could argue that why don't you just only have this one? But the point is that the power of this one is that you can render models based on certain UI states. So the component has like a state it's rendering, and as part of that state we show the model. But here you have to like orchestrate opening and closing it, which can make sense, but if it's based on UI states, it's unnecessary orchestration that can lead to bugs and stuff. One thing we're going to do before we start though is that we're going to look at, there it is. We're just going to take a round of, so that we are sure we're on top of everything. Yes, we're going to just update that README shortly because I had some typos. And I'm not sure if I gotten any specific feedback from the team. We can check that as well. And then we're going to work on something for demo. Let's see. Should be added to it. I can show yeah. It's kind of a duplicate. Yeah, this is something JK is working on. The title line here should be smaller. Oh, nice. Alex, great. Adding issues. Nice, nothing special. Oops. Oh, no. Can I undo? Oh, no. Okay, hopefully that wasn't anything that required my attention. Okay, nice, that's canceled. Yeah, so this is related to scrolling behavior, but we're doing some stuff with the whole sidekick, so we should allow anyone. This is in conflict with SER approach. We discussed hiding Git. We discussed conflict. Yeah, we're talking about like how cloud sandboxes are based on Git. And now you can open cloud sandboxes in VS Code, but you see all the Git history. And Eves is saying that this is a feature, but initially when we developed cloud sandboxes and chose Git for persistence, we wanted to hide that. We didn't want people to be aware of it being running on Git because it's a complexity that you shouldn't care about when just prototyping. Need to discuss. And we need to discuss with again, because the initial concept for cloud sandboxes and Git persistence is that the user should never be exposed to Git. We hide the Git sidebar, etc. If we want to expose Git to cloud sandboxes, that needs to be consistent between the different client experiences, in my opinion. And Git is that it was only to be used for persistence. The user should never be exposed to Git. And we should bring back the Git sidebar, etc. I would argue though that you do not want to care about Git until you actually move to a repo. So hiding is so keeping it hidden is what I think would be best, but that is just my opinion. By the way, picture host has access to .git folder, but with VS Code you would not be using picture host to commit, just like in a terminal on editor you would not be able to commit as picture host owns the Git folder. We have to resolve these inconsistencies. Let's try do it here in the comment or we can do a session. So, and Evis. Oops. Okay, yeah, this is interesting. Cool. Yeah, so we just need to resolve those inconsistencies. Picture to expose a protocol to revert to the flow. Oh yeah, nice. Great. Reset. Yeah, this is the thing we're going to fix. Collaborator model problems. Yeah, so this was... and this was really weird. Like, this was... a lot of stuff was pushed at a certain point. Like, this feature was really rushed, and it's like, it has a lot of broken parts. Has permission. Whenever the given is permission compared to the required. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling this is copied from version 1. Which is actually what we're going to work on after we've gone through this. What the hell is this? Yeah, that's kind of what I try to like. I often, I'm not saying I'm like the person who writes the best code for sure. And there's like, but there's two parts to it. One thing is being explicit in the code you write, and then it's like conceptually how you write your code. And I think at least I try to be. So I'm not trying to convince people to write code the way I think is right, but when people write code the way they want to, I try to be very to the point on where it can be improved regardless of how you write the code. So things like this, like just make a constant out of it, and then it's self-explanatory why what this really is, stuff like that. Like, do we have flags that we don't really need, for example, and stuff like that. Yeah, this is just. Could use this email regex on the other comment as well. Put behind utility is email. or something. Yeah, put on my Christmas music. Yeah, this is also like the tracking. It's I think we should revisit that. Let's see. Okay. So this certainly looks good. We'll just need to test it. It remembers my review, right? So if I go back here, yeah, good. So let's test it. I have to. Like Evis is not following our. So the reviewer. The person who fixed it knows best what should be tested, like edge cases, etc. But great work. Yeah, it's really awesome that Evis is diving into this stuff. But yeah, I really I think it's really important. Like we have a template for PRs where we emphasize it's not important what you fixed. The important thing is to highlight what to test. Because it's very hard to infer from code changes. Like it's easier to infer looking at code changes what was fixed as opposed to what you actually need to test to avoid regressions and stuff. And there's typically like edge cases and dependencies that you don't see in the diff, especially because you just see like the diff, you don't see the actual full context of the code. So it's really important that you, as the person who made the code changes, tells the reviewer how to test it. And generally, I think there's this conflict, not conflict. That's too rough of a term, but school of thoughts on how reviews should be done. Like some people think that it's in the hands of the person who writes the code to test it thoroughly. And that's the only thing that matters. The reviewer should just take a brief look at the code to see if there's any potential bugs. But that's what they do. And then they approve it. And then it's in the, like, if something is still wrong, it's the person who wrote the code that's the problem, because that person didn't test it well enough. In my mind, I don't think that's good practice, because when it works for some people, maybe, but most people, I think, has a bias. When they write code, they want it to work. So when they test it and they're going through this, maybe they've been debugging a whole day and they finally found the solution and just want to get the thing out. And they are not in a good position to do testing, but they are in a good position to reflect on the code change they made and write down what should be tested. And then when someone reviews that PR, they have to go through that list and actually test it. So when that fix or feature is merged, it's both of them. It's the person who made the PR and the person who approved the PR. They are equally responsible for it working. So if something goes wrong, it doesn't end up in that person who spent a whole day debugging the thing, trying to fix it, and then the bug wasn't discovered, like looking at the code by the reviewer. It feels really shitty when that happens. So yeah, I'm trying to push like that last school of thought. I think you have a better culture that way and a better app, less problems. Let's see. So let's try to figure out what we need to test. So we should be able to add users by email, disable autocomplete if entering email, disable input options if you don't have access to make those changes. So just like how do I test this? Do I have to visit a sandbox? Like what does that mean? I don't have the context to understand how to test this. So that's just an example. I would need some help with that. So what I might end up doing now is just trust that it's working. And then for some reason it still doesn't work, and then we're in that situation. This is not just like say that, like this is really, really, really good. It's not to take anything away from this PR of Phoebus, but it's such a good example to talk about or reflect on how we think about this stuff. So this is related to sandboxes. So let's go to sandbox version 2. Let it know, let it know. Which scenarios? It's really weird that I have to load it twice. And I even think I have to like open the, like there's a caching issue or something. If I get it again now and I open the console and refresh, no, I just have to run it twice. It's really interesting. So I need to fork first and then share, enter username. Okay, nice. Nice, remove. That was a little bit. So can I like someone at post dot send? Why does it say send? That's weird. bit confused because it shows. Didn't it show that immediately? Because it shows. Because you're not supposed to send, right? Why does the button say send? I am adding people to a list, right? Or does it send when I add them to the list? I would say add, because it is implicit that it sends something to the user. I would say add, because that is the interaction. That is the result of the interaction. The send is implicit. Got me confused, at least. Cool. But then hello. Well, I guess we can say Christian at CodeSandbox.io. Nice. That's working. But yeah, I don't know how to test the other stuff. Let's see. What was the... Okay, so this generally looks great. I got a bit confused though by clap. I don't want to be discouraging. Clap. Also, I do not know what or how to test. God damn it. I really hate this page. Like, I can't move between the conversation and like just having two views here, it's really annoying. Now I'm afraid yeah, now I guess I lost the image. God damn it. Disable autocomplete if entering email. That's great. Made the window a bit bigger. Okay, so disable input options. That's the thing I'm not able to test. So two things though. One, I do not know how to test my permission to add collaborators. It seems like complicated. Please write down what permissions and where to test, as I cannot. I do not know how to test the fix with the input and my own blocking it, I guess. What permission I need to have, as opposed to what permissions I try to add. Please write down what permission I try to add. With the input and permission to use it. ideally with link to sandboxes. 2, I got a bit confused by. I don't know how to test the fix with input. Oh. Yeah, so like the disable input options if you don't have access to make those changes. Like I don't know when I should and should not have access. Okay, great. Support for setting template in sandboxes. Yeah, so this one wasn't working for me. Oh. This should be fixed. Oh, great. Yeah, exactly. Yes. We I am super excited to demo what I have been working on, because it basically means that all endpoints are just simple hooks where we can. So as an example, so this is what we're going to work on after we're done here. So that will be some component sandbox update sandbox. So this will be use sandbox 1, 2, 3. This hook is really a CRUD hook. So it will fetch the sandbox by default. But it also has caching. So if the sandbox has already been fetched, you will immediately get it. In addition, the update sandbox will patch. Use patch on the same endpoint. But not only that, it mystically updates the cache. So any other component using this sandbox will, this sandbox hook with the same ID will immediately be updated. And all REST hooks will work this way. Even GQL hooks will work this way, though with its dynamic nature has a more involved caching mechanism. Caching and optimistic update mechanism, but from consumer land it works the same. Yeah, so let's see if we can test yeah, it's interesting though, like use sandbox, that would also include like modules and directories, coming from the database, which is not necessarily what, yeah, but we have two of them. We have like simple sandbox or use sandbox info, and then we have use sandbox, which includes the modules and directories. Anyways, the thing is that in this thing we're going to work on, we decide what hooks to expose. So we can have very specific hooks, like use sandbox files, for example, and it deals with updating the files of a sandbox, stuff like that. But what were we doing? Yeah, the template thing. So let's just copy this link and try this again. Is it running? Internal server. Let's oops, I didn't intend to do that. Winter Wonderland. Oh yes, I think it is still there. Like the file. Yeah, just seeing on Slack, someone shared like adding Excalidraws to your code base, and we actually had a demo where you could add an Excalidraw file, and when you clicked it, it actually opened the Excalidraw in CodeSandbox, which is pretty amazing. You can imagine like doing documentation. It's incredibly powerful to have diagrams, and Markdown is really tricky to write diagrams in. You really want to draw. And since Excalidraws are just JSON, it's a very powerful mechanism to draw down how things work. And also you can easily change them because it's just JSON, right? So it's always editable. Yeah, it's really weird. Every time it seems to be some kind of I don't know, some kind of race condition or something. It's weird, really weird. So let's fork this. Edit info. So I want to make a template out of this, and it's a template. And let's not make a template out of this. Yeah, this seems to be working. And if I refresh, is it still a template? It is great. Very good work. Let's see. Excelente. Okay, great. And then we just want to change the... Oh, nice. We got... I've also been skeptical about model modeling. one concern about, since the global model wraps the whole application, how will we handle triggers? I'm returning focus. I'm going to describe my way of thinking here. So I'll validate my concern halfway and then slightly. Tristan is awesome. Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, I am really bad at accessibility and CSS and UI in general. So this is amazing. Like, I'm more experienced with like doing the implementation and creating a usable API. Yeah, so the Radix dialog has a dialog trigger, rendering or wrapping a button to trigger the dialog. Usage is preferred because it handles where the focus is returned after closing the model. We can either only use the trigger on a page or never use trigger and have. I'll come back to this. Okay, having global something for toes is fine because they are never really triggered by button clicks and they don't trap focus. Okay, this is interesting. The return focuses, she might not actually be an issue though. When triggering the model from the command palette, the focus shouldn't return to the command palette. When triggering the model from the, we can return focus to them. We can now return focus to the drop down trigger, but we'd have to do this ourselves. We can probably make this focus return ref part of the hook. Ah, interesting. Do you offer a wildcard where we can use global model instead of using the hook where we can use triggers? The only pitfall here is that if we do, we can only open this model from the trigger because the model is rendered in the component tree. The only pitfall here is that if we do, we can only open this model from the trigger. Is that this reset to remote? Should be an alert dialog. Oh, should be an is that a thing? Alert dialog? Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot to comment this. I believe fragments changed I believe fragments changed a component tree. So when moving between this disconnected and not, if we remove the fragments in one of them, there will be a bigger reconciliation happening, as opposed to just seeing the disconnected model being removed from the existing component tree. Let me comment this. It's not even. This is actually a fake. Great question, Maria. We discussed the reason it is hanging. Normally, not if you tested again with latest picture, you would immediately get an error. We did the reason you get an error though is not because you have if you test again with latest picture, you would immediately get an error. We did discuss having a check for commits, but you can technically commit without pushing to a remote. So there is never really a guarantee. There is never really a guarantee that you have a remote. So we decided in this edge case where you want to, so we deemed this an edge case. And with the immediate error, you would at least know you do something wrong. Please argue back if you think it is important to deal with this specific case, but I am not sure how we can ensure a remote. I'm not sure what mechanism to use to ensure that we have a remote. We can return a specific error for this from also what's it called? Compromise is that we do return a specific error type on this from picture, so that we can give an immediate error stating that there is no remote yet. Currently, we just show a generic error. Okay, so let's get back to the implementation. So we have to fix this one. How should we deal with this? You know what I want to do here? Since this is okay from C, I'm going to merge this or waiting for let's just update that one. I'm going to add a comment and wait for Maria to answer, and then I'm going to invite Tristan to I'm going to ask him first. Thanks so much for the feedback on the model. Since the PR is approved by C, is it okay that I invite you to a session and we can do an iteration together on the model? Just to avoid blocking the feature. It makes a lot of sense what you are saying, and we need to manage this, but seems we are okay for this specific PR. And we need to manage this, and seems doable as an iteration. Let me know if you want to do it on this PR though, and we can wait. And we can do an iteration together on the model separately. Cool. Yeah, so I'm going to do that. Let's just fix that comment, and then where is it? There you are. this was in the project editor. We use a fragment here because to avoid unnecessary reconciliation. So fragment here to avoid unnecessary reconciliation, moving from disconnected to connected. As a fragment is also a component in itself, as far as I know. So the thing is, when we move from this to this, the reconciliation is just removing disconnected model. Nothing happens to this thing. But if we remove this fragment, now it sees that, oh, this fragment is gone, and now we have a project editor content there instead, and then it does a reconciliation on the project editor content. Yeah, so what we also can do here, we can say we can remove these two and just put that in here. And then container would be, so we can do that. Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but I feel very confident. React fragment reconciliation. Yeah, I'm very sure. Let's just update the PR, and then we are ready to dive into the thing I've been working on. Okay, so let's remove all of this. I can't believe Chrome or Google added ads to the homepage of Chrome. That's just, it's not okay. So where do we have? Yeah, so it's CodeSandbox CodeSandbox API. This is it. Oh, I have to close the window. Just grabbing some coffee. Okay, so what I've been building here is cache. So let's move this into its own file first. Then I'll tell you all about it. let's see. Export. Okay, so the way what's missing here now is, okay, so to tell you about the concept. So with GraphQL, you can have, well, this is what we're going to build. We're going to build a use query hook, and this hook is going to initialize and check the cache if that query with these variables already has a response. And if it does, we'll say that it's resolved immediately. If not, it goes into pending mode. And then we have the client, the GraphQL client coming from a provider. This will basically be the CodeSandbox API. And then and the cache will come from here as well. Yeah, so cache, yeah, anyways. Yeah, so a more proper way would be like this, and then you will have client cache like this. So the way this works is that when it goes into pending, it does a query, and with that response, we don't actually resolve. It does a query, okay, and then it returns client cache, and we subscribe to that query with its variables, and whenever it updates, we set the state to resolved with the data. So we're immediately subscribing, and then when we get a response here, we update the cache again using query and variables to identify it with the actual response. So what happens here is that when we subscribe, we just create an ID out of the query and the variables, because the query is a function, and that function reference is the query. But then you might have different variables. So it creates an ID out of this, and it does this simply by keeping track of the queries themselves. As I said, they have a reference, a function reference. So we just put that in an array, and then the index will become a unique identifier for that query. And then we look at the variables, the keys of the variables, we sort them, because you might have the same query using the same variables, but in a different order in the object. And then we just stringify like a tuple of the key and the value. And that doesn't consider, maybe you have a nested object in a variable. I'm not considering that. Maybe we should comment that. This does not consider nested objects in variables. But it's like, for us, that's not, I don't think we ever have that. Yeah, so then we have the ID, and then we just create that query subscription and register the callback. Now, when we get the response, it goes to update. Again, we go and grab the query ID. We create the query subscription if it's not there. Typically, you will have a subscription, but maybe you don't. And then we go and we check if has this query subscription had any data updates. Because when we set the data and it's just an update, it means that we can just return. And I think, oh no, wait, we can't do that. Okay, so this is what I'm working on now. So forget about that. So let's say it's the first time you set this data. So what we do is that we go in and we grab the object types. So and we do that. So basically you get a structure of entities, for example, sandbox, and you have an author in there. So what we do, we go and grab those object types. So it knows that it's a sandbox because we have the type name coming from GraphQL, and then ID is always the reference. Because that's how our API works. And then we get the specific data. And then we get the path. So the path for a sandbox could be like, since the query returns like a key of sandbox, it would be sandbox would be the path of a sandbox, and sandbox and author would be the path of like the author, for example. And that is to know how to update. So when we have these object types coming from the data, we're just going through them, and then we just make sure that we have object type reference. So an object type is just something that holds on to that specific data. Yeah, this is what we have to talk about. But the idea is that it holds on to that specific data. Yeah, it's interesting because we have to remove the other. Yeah, this is complicated. Anyways, it holds on to that specific data. And the problem is, like with GraphQL, it's just partial data all the time. Yeah, so I think what we have to make sure here is that when we update this data, it doesn't contain. So if I had an author here as well, it shouldn't contain keys to the other pieces of data. Because you don't want the author to also be stored with the sandbox itself. How will that work? Yeah, so what we, yeah, okay. So one assumption I'm going to make about GraphQL is that every object returned has a type name. And I think that's correct. You won't have an object that's not tied to a type. So that means that when we go through this and update an object type, it will only store the keys that isn't an object with its own type name. So let's just comment only store keys which does not have an object with type. Let's just put that in here. I haven't implemented this. Update. And yeah, and then this query subscription is going to subscribe to the object type. And the reason we inverse this instead of like the object type just subscribing to the object type is that we might want to dispose of the query subscription, and then we also want to dispose of the subscriptions to the different object types. So what this means is that if we have, so we go through and we update the sandbox, for example, and then we subscribe to that specific sandbox. We subscribe to that sandbox, and whenever we have an update, we get the current sandbox data, we get the object type data, which is basically a sandbox, and then we return the new data. So what we do is that we just iterate all the changes here, and we check if it has changed. Because you might have like a partial update that's not overlapping the data on this specific query. Like this is incredibly complicated. But anyways, we just return that, and then that will trigger the subscription on the query, which will make the component render again. Yes. And the thing is that I decided not to do normalization. Like we have somewhat normalization here because we have these object types that we kind of keep track of to kind of get the updated stuff. But since queries have different versions of the different objects. So for example, an author. I don't, maybe one query only has a name of an author and some other query only has the email of an author. That should still be true when you consume the query. So even though the cache has both the name and the email, that's not, that's just in the cache, right? So in that sense, it's normalized. But when you consume it, it still only shows you what the query requested. So what's basically missing here is we need to implement these things. So let's just do that. And I think this will probably need some iteration, but yeah, by the way, this is coming from GQL. Okay, so let's do the update. So data is unknown. I'm having a hard time choosing unknown or any. So if no data or type of data does not equal row new error. Data for object type is not valid, blah, blah. We're going to write a bunch of tests for this eventually. I just want to get something running. And one thing I'm not really, for the demo, this doesn't really make sense to spend time on. Nice. Okay, so we're going to merge the PR, just waiting for Maria. Okay, let's focus on this. So what we're going to do here, this is going to have data, which is unknown. And then we're going to say if no this.data, we'll just say this data equals data. Yeah, maybe we should do an else here. Yeah, so this is the thing. Like, we want to make sure now. Yeah, we have to have a sorry. Well, so data has to be this. That's safe to do. Yeah, so what we're going to do, we're basically going to just for key in data, this.data key equals data key. Record string. Typing here is, I haven't spent that much time focusing on that. And if key equals type name, we'll just continue. Or if key equals type name or data key and well, type of, this is really annoying, and type of data key equals object and type name in data key. That means what this check means is is object type. Yeah, so what we do is if the key is type name, we don't store it. And if the key represents a new object type, we don't store it either. We only store keys that are actually... and what we're going to do is that we're going to say We're going to keep a set of subscribers. So let's just do the same here. Value. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then the subscribe. So this would just be data. This I have to refactor this. We don't know what the data is. So we would just say this.subscribers add CB return subscribers. This.subscribers delete CB. And then we just go through all the subscribers and we tell them that we updated the data for each. CB this.data. Cool, so that's basically it for the object type. So now we update it, and now we have to allow the query subscription to subscribe to the object type. So object type will be an object type. What was the other thing? Yeah, just callback. And this callback actually takes the data. This is like unknown object type data. I think we can, what we can do here is that we can say that they are records of string. There's always a string unknown. So I think we should do that. Object type. Object type data will be record of string unknown. And we can say that query type data is it's also a record of string unknown, though it does contain the type name. Can I do this and type name string? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so let's just put this in here. So data here is object type data. When you subscribe, you get object type data. And this will be data. When you update, you get object type data. Well, you actually get query type data. Why is this complaining? Object is of type unknown. Oh yeah, it doesn't know. Yeah. We can create a function that's called like is object type. Value unknown, and then we say value is object type data. And what we check is if we have a value, the type of value equals object, and type name in value. Yeah, so boolean, and then we say is object type data key. Yeah, we don't need this. We can just say is object type. That cleans it up. Cool. What were we doing? Yeah, we were implementing this. So yeah, so query type, sorry. Oh, query data should be the name. Query data. And this will be query data. And I think we can just do, we can safely just do this. well, we don't necessarily have the data. So this is, it can be undefined. Set data, query data. What's interesting here though is that we only want to use this. What I want to do here, I don't want the type name to be exposed. But let's deal with that later. Type name from being exposed. It's kind of, yeah, I would like want to avoid like iterating that whole object just to delete the type name property, but maybe we can do that. We'll see. So here we actually get query data, and then we get object type data. And that would be the same up here. And here you would actually get query data. Yeah, so let's just say data here. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. This dot data. Yeah, that doesn't work. Just say data. Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to say we need to keep a list of all the object type subscriptions, object type subscriptions, and this is basically just a list of functions or disposers. So if we were to, so what we could do here is that when we delete the final subscriber, we could like subscribe, unsubscribe. We could reset the subscription, like undefined, remove the object type subscriptions, and kind of reset the query subscription, clear the cache basically. I'm not going to actually do that. But we can do that. So what we would do here, we would say this push object type dot subscribe, and this gives us the query data, object type data, sorry, object type data, and then we call this callback with this dot data and the object type data. Yeah, and we don't know if it's there, but we know it's there. Yeah, so this is the this is a little bit tricky because we can have a query subscription without any data, and I don't like that because then we get into this situation. So yeah, so maybe I guess there's, yeah, so what I think we need to do is say if this data, then we do it, because there might be a situation where you get like some update from an object type subscription while you're still waiting for data for this specific query. We might be waiting for initial response while getting an update on some related no, that's not possible, sorry, because we don't actually, No, when we subscribe the object types, we always have data. This is the thing that's been bothering me. And I was so tired yesterday, and I was just, oh, god damn it. So this returns object type data. Well, I guess it actually returns query data. Oh, sorry. Type data. This is type ID query data. Yeah, so what's frustrating me is that when we subscribe, we don't have the data. But then we get into this thing here, the update, where we are now setting the data. And it's bothering me. Because that's why I have this is data update. Because we only want to create this object type subscriptions the first time you set the data. Maybe we could flip this around. So what if we didn't check, we still have has data. So if query subscription has data, we'll just set the data. Else, we go and do all this crazy stuff. Let's just return from there. We go and we still set the data. Yeah, this is the thing, like has data, set data, and then we still set the data, but yeah. But still we don't know, like we don't solve the issue of, we don't know if we have the data. So we could have two different classes here. We could have like empty query subscription. But then it's so much hassle. Okay. So we just, oh, wait a minute. So yeah, I guess that doesn't matter. Yeah, this is really annoying. So what we can do though is, yeah, I think we have to, goddamn TypeScript. If no this data, throw new error. You subscribe to an object type before setting data. That should not be possible. Really annoying. I think I have to refactor that. Better deal with having data or not. It's almost like there should be like an empty query subscription, and then you can transform that into a query subscription. So you kind of keep the subscriptions, but now you actually have data there. Okay, so for the final piece of this logic, we have, let's see. For the final piece of this logic, we actually have to do the update. So what this means is, now we have our data here. We have this object type data, and we have the object type definition. All of them are now tied together. From the object type definition, we know at what path we're going to update this on this data. And we also have the new data to update. And we can return, oh yeah, so query data. So that will be this.data equals, yeah, so sorry, that will be this set data. Nice. And that triggers the subscriptions, and then we have the full circle. So let's just do return data. That's if there's no changes. So what do we have to do first? First, we have to know if there is a change. And the way we do this is current object would be, I have a trick for this. So you take the path, object definition. Can I just do path, and you reduce over that? And you start with a data object, and you get the key, and then you can just do aggregate key. And of course, it yells at you. Yeah, I don't care. So that will give us the current object type. And then what we can do is go through the current object type, and we'll figure out if it has changed. Now, the really tricky part is dealing with immutability, because if we have a nested update, we have to like change every object up the query response, and that's really tricky. I'm not sure how we're going to do that. So we'll say first, let's see if it has changed. So what we do is that we go through the current object, key in current object type as record string unknown, blah blah blah. Why are you complaining? Ugh. And then we're going to see if object type data key is not equal to current object type key, then it means that we want to say current object type key equals object type data key. So we update the value, and then we flag it as has changed. So now we have, why are you complaining? Oh, so now we have an updated, even nested object. And we have flagged it as changed. So now we just have to update the data. And how would we do that? So how would we do that? Look a lot like Christmas. So I wonder if we can do the same approach. So we can take the path. Let's try that. So let's if has changed. We're going to return, do the same thing. We're going to go through the path again. But this time we are going to return a new object. How do we do this? So we have a nested update, and now we want to go make sure that the object changes reference. We yeah, so I think, yeah, so if it has a change, I think we have to simplify this. Let new data. So this would be data, and this is what we're going to return. And then we say current data equals new data. Yeah, we're going to do this quite straightforward. So let's just go through for key of current object type definition path. So we'll just go through every key, and we say current data key equals current data key, and then we say current data equals current data key, and then we return new data. Yeah, and of course you're complaining. The thing is, we have a lot of implicit information here. So like current data is now like a record string unknown or something. No, we don't even know that. Why are you complaining then? Yeah, doesn't matter. So now we should we go from the top, we change the reference on the top, we take the key, we change the reference there, and then nested. So now I think this is actually working. We haven't implemented this set yet, but this is related to mutations where you manually update the cache. We can do that later. So what I want to do now, it doesn't even have to work. Like the point here is really to just show the surface API. Yeah, this doesn't matter. So what we are going to do is let's look at index. So this is the CodeSandbox API, and this is just an example of so there's one thing I haven't figured out yet, and that is mutations. And because there's a thing about mutations, how do we want to, so we have the CodeSandbox API. So I guess what we want to do, we just want to add, so we have make request, and then I think what we want to do is just add something called GQL. And this will actually be a new, what did I call it? Client? Oh, create client. Create client. And then on request. Yeah, I think we're going to create this in the constructor. It's a return type of create client. So we need the constructor here, which means, oh, sorry, we have the constructor. So this does GQL would be, so on request would be this on request. Include type names true, cache queries true, and then on subscribe. Yeah, so this is not this on request, it's, so this takes query and variables, and then we would return this on request method post data would be query variables. Oh yeah, sorry. So this would be this dot make request. Date. Sorry. So this would be post. It would be data, query variables, and then it would be, I guess the path here would be GraphQL. Yeah, and then on subscribe, we don't do that for now. So now we have a GraphQL client in there. And the thing is, like, by default, there's no caching. You can just query GraphQL without thinking about like caching and all that stuff. And I think that's important because we have our VS Code extension, which uses GraphQL. It doesn't care about caching in the same sense as a React app. So now we have an example of GraphQL. We have an example of getting a sandbox. So what we can also do is update sandbox. And then we are going to, and this is explicitly typed because this is what's it called? REST. So the data here would be, I'm not sure what you can update here, but let's just add something. And then we do return, make request. I'm not sure what the response here is even. This is something that we have to, evaluate, but this is just to show the API. And then we can move into the React world of this, which is going to be, well, first of all, we have to expose a CodeSandbox client. So what we're going to do is create a provider. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I think I think I'm going to eat some lunch, and then we're going to start implementing the React hooks. And I'm feeling it. We're going to have a demo today. That's awesome. okay, I'm going to eat some lunch, and then I'm pumped as we're going to write some hooks. Yeah, I'm really psyched for this package, because one thing is like the value it's going to bring in the long term, but also in the short term, it's really going to make the team. First of all, there's explicit progress on us like cleaning up the editor client. But also it's such a huge part of the whole mindset of how the client should work, with data separation from application state. Yeah, this is gonna be huge. Having some lunch. I'll be back in about 30. See you soon. Right. Let's see. Let's get some Christmas music. Nice. Yes, let's start this. So, first we need a context. And of course, you have to do this weird typing. And then CodeSandbox API provider. And what we're going to pass in here are we are going to pass some props here, but for now, let's just do context provider. Oh, sorry, this needs to be, okay, so we're going to, oops, close the file, rename it. Do we even need to? No, let's just create the context. Let's not create a provider. So we'll just export context. And then we are going to eat some more chocolate. And then let's create our first hook. So one example here is the useSandbox hook. So the useSandbox hook should take an ID. And then what we're going to do is that this is going to have some state, and we're going to be able to set state. And then we need to have some generic so what's interesting about this is that we can actually use I think we're going to do that. So we can say that this package depends on let's see, dependencies. So dependencies here would be just like picture client depends on CodeSandbox states. We're going to do the same here because it has some powerful tools. Let's just run an install here. Yeah, I think we're going to commit this. Let's see. Initial cache. Commit and push. Cool. Oh. Yeah, because I moved it. Yeah, okay. We'll do this and then we'll do it again. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this has a bunch of type issues. Why is this? Ah. I think we're going to add, do we have like an ESLint ignore? Is that a thing? Okay, let's just commit with no verify for now. Initial cache, no verify. Okay, so let's export the first use sandbox hook. And as I said, it's going to take an ID. And by default, when you use this, it's going to oh wait, yeah, how would, yeah, I don't think it helps. Yeah, no, we have to explicitly type this because the tools from React States is basically how you would those are like they're promise based, so they evaluate promises, but we have we're not going to directly just expose a promise because we're going to introduce caching and stuff. Oh, that's another thing. So we need, okay, we need more stuff. Let's see. So this would be GQL, and then we would have GQL cache, which would be new GQL. New GQL cache. And then we need a REST cache as well, which is much simpler. It's basically just an entity type. Yeah, so let's rename this to GQL cache. And we can even GQL cache. Oh yeah, so again, rename GQL cache, and then we have REST cache. Then we have to fix this one. REST cache, and REST cache is basically, it's very simple. It's basically just adding. Okay, I just have to take it. Hallo, Christian. Ja, hei, Roman. Nei, det går bra, det. Det går bra. Ja, jeg bare ja, vi er inne i november, så jeg bare lurte på om du visste noe mer om noe nærmere dato, for vi har jo sånn bilabonnement, så det var litt sånn hvor lenge vi skal ha det. Ja. 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 Nei, men da Da er det helt i orden der, for da har vi i hvert fall det er ikke noe sånn stress for oss, det er mer det at vi må si fra i tide. Men ja. Nei, men ja. Så bra. Men det er supert. Jo, likeså. Ha det bra. We've been using like a car subscription kind of thing, and it's getting like more and more expensive, so we saw that it's better to just buy a car. So we're getting a car in December, hopefully. Den kommer in December. Let's see. Yeah, so this is going to be very, very simple. You can just add to the cache and get from the cache and delete from the cache. And the thing is, we should have, so we have rest types. So this would be a sandbox where we from rest types. This will be, of course, way more extensive. Yeah, so what's interesting about this is that maybe we should oh, I guess we just have to yeah, so the cache is just a simple object of record. Yeah, so this is where we have to like be explicit. So currently it's just a sandbox, and there's a record of string, which basically is an ID, and then rest types. Yeah, how will we do this? To type this well. No, we would do sandbox record string rest types sandbox. This is what we would do. And then we would say, yeah, okay, sorry. Type rest cache. What should we call it? Cache. Let's just call it cache. And that would be, oops. Sandbox, that's just empty for now. And then to get, you would have to do type would be key of cache, and then ID would be string. And to add something, you would again say key of cache. Well, here it would be T extends key of cache, and then the data would be let's see, data would be cache T extends record string infer D, so we can get the data there, and then this would be never. And then when you want to delete something from the cache, it would basically be the same as type key of cache, oops, and then ID string. Cool. So it's very simple. This cache type ID, and this would be I guess set is a better term. This cache type. Oops, we need an ID. What did I do? Why can't you be used to index? Why do you say that? Cache T? But that's a record of string. Why is it saying that? Type string cannot be used to index type cache T. That's bullshit. That's exactly what you're going to use to index. Ah, for fuck's sake. Yeah, and of course, we also need a subscription model here. So that means subscribe. So again, you would subscribe to, it would be more similar to this one. What do we want here? Subscribe. And then we want a callback, and now the callback is going to be that thing, and it doesn't return anything, but this returns private subscriptions, and these subscriptions are also based on, let's call it type subscriptions. So this would be K in key of cache, and what this holds is a set of cache K extends string infer D or never. Set cache. Yeah, and then this would be subscriptions, which would also have a sandbox, or yeah, new set. So you could argue that these shouldn't be defined until we start using them. That might be, but it just simplifies typing for now. And we should be able to say this.subscriptions type. Oh, sorry. So this should be record of type ID add CB. Delete CB. I'm not sure why it's complaining. I guess it's like because I'm using extends. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So this should be nice. Yeah, sorry. So this should be like this. Yeah, of course, we have to check type. Yeah, that's already there, but for subscriptions, it's different. Like if no, it's set. Why is it complaining about this? This works just fine, but that's not fine. That's really weird. Okay, so we have the cache with subscriptions. So basically what we're going to do here is this dot subscriptions type. ID for each data. How does this work? Is it like that? Yeah. Yeah. So whenever we set data, we fire the subscriptions. Cool. That's basically it. Yeah, that's good enough for now. So if we go back to our index here and we say rest cache equals new rest cache. Yes. So what we're going to do is set state, and we're going to say, yeah, we need to create our generic type for dealing with returning data in different, so it has different states. It has data state, let's just call it that. So either it's pending, it is resolved, or it has an error. That's basically it. And when it's resolved, we have the data. There's an error, we have an error string. So this is going to return data state of a REST sandbox. Did I import REST types from REST types? REST types. So this is going to return a sandbox where the first thing we're going to do, we're going to use a callback because, yeah, well, first we're actually going to use the client. So use context would be CodeSandbox API context. And what we're going to do here is check if the client REST cache has a sandbox with the ID passed in, and return if we have a cache. We're just going to say that it's the state is resolved with the data being the cache, or it's pending. Yeah, sorry, so I guess this needs to be data state t. Sorry, REST types dot sandbox. There we go. Cool. So now we're in a situation where we can return. So the question is, what do we want to return from this? One thing is the data itself, but we also want you to be able to do certain things. And we're not going to, what we're going to do, we're going to use a dispatcher. So we're going to create our own dispatcher for this. Use callback. So this is going to take like an action. Use sandbox action. Let's create a type for that. And the type would be get, I guess, or refetch or something. Yeah. Or it can be type patch or update. And then we would say the data would be like title, for example. I don't know exactly what we can update or not update, but we're going to hardcode that for now. So what's going to happen here is that when, let's see. So we are going to use set state, but we're going to have the current state, current. And then we're going to switch on the current state. And then we're going to say, well, here, okay, so now we want to use, sorry. So here we're going to transition current, let's call it prev state with action. And that transition is coming from, well, it should come from, maybe we don't have it. CodeSandbox states. So if it's pending and we get a refetch, we're going to move back into, like we should ignore it, sorry. Let's just put them in here. If it's resolved, yeah, it shouldn't be error, it should be rejected. So if it's pending, if it's resolved, if it's rejected, so you can refetch when it's resolved or rejected. And that just moves us back into a pending state. So we could use a reducer for this instead. Maybe we should do that. Yeah, in this case, we can probably just use a reducer. Yeah, let's do that. Because we don't really need access to... Oh, let's use a reducer. Like the question is, do we need access to any props outside? I don't think we really do. What's interesting though is that we need to yes, we have another state here. We have updating. So like when you are sending a request in to update something, yeah. So we also have updating. So this would be like you actually say that you want to update the title. You want that to be, let's see, transition. So that's missing here now. Oh, what's happening? State updating. Oh, sorry, I said use reducer. Yeah, so when we do we should also have prev data. So that, yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Let's use a reducer. Yeah, so that would be, sorry. So yeah, so that's a little bit annoying. Like we have to ask for the cache every time to set the initial value. It's really, I don't like use reducer. I really don't like it. That's what I realized, is that use reducer is pretty shitty. Because one thing is that with useState, you can actually set the initial value using a callback. So you only do it once. But with a reducer, you have to, like, if you have some logic for running the initial state, you have to run that every single time. I think, or does use reducer, React use reducer API? Does it support a callback on initial arg? Oh, you do have lazy initialization. Huh? You can also create an initial state lazily. To this, you can pass it. Init initial arg. Okay, so I guess you can do that. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's give the old reducer another chance. But it's kind of weird that, yeah, anyways, maybe it's better. So we'll say that the initial, yeah, I have no idea why the typing here is so bad. Oh yeah, and this shouldn't be, so we say state, and then action would be use sandbox action. This is a complete mess, but so normally it starts in pending, but then return state. It's not assignable to type undefined. This is just a fucking mess. Yeah, this is just okay. No, I'm giving up. I don't want to use. I think use reducer is bad. It's bad in typing. Maybe we should write an article. What's bad about use reducer? So we're going to do this, and then we have set state, and then we have updating, where we don't allow a refetch. But what we're going to do, we're going to say state dispatch. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so this is not going to be. And we can say as const here. Let's see. What are we going to do? Oh yeah, I have some stuff I need to. Let's see. Okay. So what are we doing? So we can say use state transition. where the state moves into. Why aren't we getting any typing on this? Oh. Oh, of course. Ah, god damn it, that doesn't actually work. Eek! Because this thing returns something else. It actually returns... Oh, fuck, I didn't realize that. That's something we need to... So this actually returns... Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. We don't actually have a type for that. That's something I can fix quite quickly. Like, this needs to be a very specific type. And I believe... Ah, god damn it. Oh, but we would have to pass in the transitions as well. Oh, fuck, this sucks. How would I do this? Oh, god damn it. I thought we could just use transition there, but that, of course, just doesn't work. Okay, I know what to do. So we have this thing called transition. Yeah, sorry. So we basically have to, we still have to like create a reducer. Which makes things cleaner no matter. The question is that we basically just... Okay, how should we do this? Okay. So prev state is data state. So we are creating our reducer manually. And this doesn't even have to be inside here. Use sandbox reducer. So what we'd rather do here, instead of like set state, well, we have to still do set state, but we'll do prev state, and then we'll do reducer. Let's see, prev state action. Oh, sorry, use sandbox reducer. And this would be return type of use sandbox reducer. A little bit unsure. Oh, yeah. Sandbox reducer. Okay, so this fixes the typing, but this is interesting. I haven't really tried this. We just realized recently that let's see. But it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. We talked about creating our own use reducer because it's really interesting. Like just the API, like why do you have initial count? And I think this was probably added later, right? Or like why? I don't understand this. I don't understand this, and I don't understand why use reducer doesn't have a dependency array. Because you do want to change the reducer so that you can access props. Though you could argue that's like a side effect. But that's not, in my mind, it's not a side effect. It's like passing in, even here, like if you were to like call reducer as a function, and you will pass it props and then it returns a reducer function, but it doesn't change, right? Because it needs the dependency array. Anyways, we're going to do this for now. And then we're going to say, okay, so if we are pending, we are going to, why is this? So if we are pending, we're going to say to the client, go grab a sandbox with this ID. And when you are happy, you are going to what are you going to do? Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, because now we can say set state. Oh, this is interesting. State. Like we can just actually set the data here. That is interesting. Like this is overriding the internals. Like there's no yeah, that's really interesting. We can bypass the guarding. But I'm not sure if that's really what we want to do. Cause yeah, but then we have the dispatcher should only be like certain actions, like when we want to resolve yeah. Okay, let's just, I just want to get this ready for now. So we're going to just bypass it for now and say rejected error is a string of error. Let's see. And then we're going to say use state transition when we move to updating. Do we have... Yeah, so this would be a very specific transition because we need access to everything. So when we move from... yeah, that's also a question. Like, should you be able to move from a rejected state to an updating state? Should you ever be able to do that? Like, if you try to... It depends what's rejected. Yeah, like the update might be rejected. Yeah, this is really fascinating. So the thing is, okay, if we move from resolved to refetch, oh, sorry, not refetch. Oh, I haven't added it yet. Or we move from rejected. So updating. So now we have, what did I call it? Prev data is data. And then we can just do very simple object assign. Well, I guess we can just do data rest. Like, we do a very simple yeah, but there's a reason. Okay, let's do that. The problem is that I don't actually have... Yeah, sorry. So we say previous data, this is the new data. And to be able to revert this, that's what we're doing now. So this might fail. And what we're going to do then is just resolve by setting the old data. So this is an optimistic update, and then we have the previous data. The question is, like, we also need the actual data to send to the server. So that means when we update and we move into updating, or we rejected and we have update and move into updating. Oh, interesting. So when we're rejected, we don't really know if we have data or not. That's very interesting. Yeah, because this is what I love about explicit states, because there is a scenario where you fetched and it failed, which put you into a rejected state. And then you might try to update with a new title, for example, which doesn't really make sense. But technically you could do it with update. So there's a difference here. There's a rejected fetch and there's a rejected update. Rejected fetch, or fetch rejected, or fetch error. I think that's better. We have fetch error and then we have update error. I have a session at 1:30. let's see, update error. So we are actually going to say if we have a fetch error, you can refetch. That makes sense. And if you have an update error, you can update again. And the update error actually has data. We know that. Because you can't update until you have a successful fetch. Oh, what's interesting though is on update error, you actually have, oh, this is very interesting. Yeah, you still have the prev data. That's interesting. So we would remove. Yeah, it's like you have refetch and retry update. Oh, this is very interesting. I never thought, this is kind of cool. Like you can just retry the update. You don't even have to pass the values again. And it's also interesting, like, what about the cache? What if, wow, this is tricky. What if the cache updates? What if the cache updates while you have an update error? Like, what the hell should happen then? But like, this is the stuff that we can actually identify and explicitly deal with very easily. But yeah, refetch is something that you could do when also resolved. But update error, yeah, I think it shouldn't have. We can have data and prev data, but we shouldn't use. Yeah, so if you're in update error, you of course have to pass new data because you might change the title or something, of course. But data would just be data here. No, sorry, we need to do the same. Sorry. My bad. Okay, so it should be like this. But even though so that's the thing, like, so you change the title, it fails. You try again with a different title. If that also fails, and you want to revert to the old data, we need to have the very first data here, and we do have that. The question is more like, when do you want to revert the data? Do you do that when there's an error? Like, you wouldn't do that, right? I guess there's a difference. Like, if you have an input, you keep that input state locally in the component. But if you have like adding to a list, you might still want that person to be in the list, but you might indicate that it wasn't actually. This is so interesting. So if we do this, we have an update error. And then the question is like, how would you deal with, so if you're adding collaborators to a list, for example, you can just add them, and you probably want to add multiple collaborators. You shouldn't wait for every collaborator to be added, but you want to track the errors on them. This is really fascinating. Like, how do you make that logic generic? There's a difference between changing a title, having local input state, as opposed to adding something to a list. So what we can do is, like, when we're updating, we can just not allow you to do any more updates. Yeah, which makes sense. But then that's maybe not the UI you want to have. So maybe you'll allow the person to add another collaborator, for example, into the list while you're adding the previous one. That's very interesting. But this is the power of what we can do with this. Like, we can say, how should this actually work? And it will work this way across clients. So I'm just going to take one approach now, and that is you can only add one at a time. So if you have an update error, you shouldn't be able to call a you should be able to call update again, but you shouldn't be able to call update when you're updating. Yeah, the question is more like, when you have an error, do you like, when do you revert the state? I'm thinking it should really be reverted already here. So it shouldn't be prev data. It should just be data. And then when we move into the state, we set the old data there. But that means that there are some private actions here. So we have use sandbox private action, which is so that would be set data. So the data here would be rest types sandbox, or you have type like fetch success, update success, and you would also have this is very fascinating, fetch and we haven't even started on GQL yet. Use sandbox private action. So this can do either of these, but we're only going to expose useSandbox state. So it's going to return useSandbox state and dispatch of useSandbox action. And then we still have the possibility to dispatch the internal action here. So that means we're not going to set state, we're actually going to dispatch type of, oh yeah, I have to add them, sorry. So when we're pending fetch success, maybe we should call it fetching. Fetching. Resolved. Fetched, or like ready. Ready. Let's just call it ready. So this would be fetching instead of resolved. It would be ready. So when we have a fetch success, we have data, and that data is coming from the action. But we might get a fetch error, and that means we go into the fetch error state. And we could maybe get that error from the action. So this should be error string. Update success is just an update success. We don't actually pass any data there. I think we're going to call it fetched, or like it's available. Yeah, I don't know what the term should be. I don't care. So when we're updating, we might have an update success, which means we move into ready state again, and we move there with our current data. Or we might get an update error, which means we have an error and we move into our update error state with the error, right? Oh yeah, but we still have the data. Cool. And then where do I have, why doesn't it save properly here? Refetch. I think I have a typo somewhere, but I can't see it. Why are you not saving? Do I have a typo? Like it even says there's a... Oh, is that it? There we go, sorry. Refetch, yeah, it goes into fetching. So this is a really complex machine. Like we have a lot of states to deal with, and like we even have the subscriptions that might pop up in any of these states. We have to make sure that we handle that correctly. So fetching, updating, ready, fetch error, update error. Yeah, but on the update error, we don't have the previous data. Because what we want to do is when we do get an update error, we want to say that the data is now the prev data. We revert it. So that means Oh, sorry. Prev data is data. There we go. What are you complaining about? Oh yeah, sorry. Fetching and ready. Oh my god. Fetching data type. Oh yeah, sorry. That's a fetch success with some data. And this would be a fetch error. Oh. Wait. Oh, sorry. Dispatch type. Fetch error. Okay, cool. So we're getting somewhere. So when we move into an updating, I don't think we actually have access to the action here, do we? No. So to get access to the actual data, we need to say when we move from, yeah, I'm not actually completely happy about the transition API. I've had many iterations there and it's still not exactly where I want it to be. Okay, just going to review this so that it's not booking. Target branch. Oh yeah, I'm thinking this shouldn't be all the way up. Yeah, this is something that we should just have internally. Yeah, revert to the default VM branch. Yeah, sorry, the default VM branch. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry. Now I remember. Okay, so a few comments here. Let's see. Oh, let's just add the comments. I would not expose VM branch all the way up here. Keep it inside Git provider where it is set based on the target branch passed into it. It is really just a state of the Git provider. Unless there is something I have missed. Yeah, so this is about like you can't technically change the branch in the terminal from what's expected. Same here. Keep in Git provider. Same here. Keep in. I would suggest naming it revert to target branch. Sorry, not target branch. Yeah, what should we call it? Reset. Well, reset branch is also wrong because reset has a yeah, revert, reset, all of them is bad. Renaming it to set branch. Check out yeah, it's interesting. Like we really did scenarios that you just gone into the terminal and checked out a different branch, and we highlight that in the UI, and then we need some way for you to like get back to the correct branch. To git checkout. And we can call it default branch because that implies main. This naming is really hard. I spent 5 minutes thinking, not typing this comment. Git revert checkout. As it implies, I call it as it implies that undo checkout. As it yeah, or revert checkout. As it implies more what happened. As VM branch yeah, maybe it's not that bad. This naming is really hard. That's I'm thinking not typing. It's just renaming. Well, we could do revert. As VM branch is revert current branch. Fuck, how do we name this? Check out initial branch. Yeah, I think it says as it implies more what happens under the hood, and revert is such a loaded term in Git. Check out initial branch. This implies more what happens under the hood, and we also avoid the term VM. Cool. But this Same here, keeping Git provider. Same here, keeping Git provider. Because this is where we actually create a Git provider, right? Yeah, new Git provider. Same here. Set it in Git provider based on target. In Git provider constructor based on target branch. Let's update those. That's a better explanation. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe it was you can set this manually. There is a trick in TypeScript to access private properties. Git provider VM branch equals lippity boo. This gives correct typing and you can change internals for testing purpose. Oops, target branch. Okay, cool. I think that's this like this looks great. It's just so we're going to do this and we're going to merge a model thing because it's blocking JK. This looks great. Though I have a few suggestions. Yes. We'll merge the model thing now. Cool. And we'll go in and just merge the model thing. Oh, okay. So agent is initiating the connection with picture inside VM and the client. We are on passing. Oh, sorry. Fudge. I keep confusing target branch with branch. Yeah, but it should still be, sorry. But don't we pass branch? So we do not pass branch. Yes, of course, this is wrong. Like I'm saying target branch, but that's where you want to merge it. So yeah, we do need to pass. Target branch, but I would just call it branch. Okay. Rethinking this. Okay. let me update my review. Let's see. So I would name this initial branch because it states better that this was the branch we started with, as opposed to this being what is the VM branch. Also, the term VM points to the environment, not the implementation, which is not ideal. Okay. But do we know its main? We need to grab it from somewhere, because it might be different. How do we know what's the initial branch? God damn, I hate this stuff. Has persisted git folder. This is just impossible to read. Yeah, I would name this an initial branch, and we have to grab that from somewhere. Oh, that's Sandbox. Okay, that's okay. That can be hard coded. But we shouldn't hard code it for branches. Oh, data branch. Okay. Initial branch. We named this because it states better that this was the branch we started, as opposed to this being what is the VM branch. And to the environment, not the implementation. This also fits nicely with git checkout initial branch. Okay, let's just remove these comments then. Delete. 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 It's a typo. We just call this checkout branch. Also a tiny and that N on your keyboard needs to be replaced. And single comment. Okay, let's remove this. Okay. Okay. Imagine I just added the review now. I'll get the models merged. Let's see. Collaborate. So Maria had some the UI immediately reflects for the user when they Oh, that's a good question. Ah, mm, that is a very good question. Yes, we just added a new feature in the UI that might not be available on Picture. That is a really good question, JK. You will get an error on this. Yeah. Did not think of backwards compatibility here. God damn it. We should fix that. I think we need to add a solution for functionality by version. So we can say that certain features are only visible beyond a certain version of Picture. Because we do return the version number. Because we do return the version number from Picture. I will add a ticket for this. Yeah, that's really interesting. New issue, triage. Add a version check system for editor features. Currently, we do not have a good way to block certain features based on Picture version. We could expose an API that allows us to ensure a minimum version for the functionality to be active to the user. Yeah. Let's get back to our project. Okay. So what were we doing? Yeah, we were looking at what were we doing? Yeah, we want updating. So if we are ready and we have the action update, and that moves us into updating, or we have the fetch error, that might also not fetch error, update error. And we update, and that moves us into updating. Those are the two scenarios where we want to deal with things. So we don't care about the new state here. What we really care about is the action. So that is the second argument. So what we would do here, we would say client update sandbox, and then ID and data. And then we would do update success, but we don't pass any data here. It's just, we don't care. and there could be an update error. Cool. So we'll do that. Now the cool thing is that when we return this state, the outside can also react to state changes like this, which is super helpful. Anyways, which I don't mean to spend so much time on this, but the point is to show a demo of what we're able to do. Now, what I also want to do, I want to create so we talked about suspense. Like when we start building a library like this, we can also have suspense versions of this. The question though is that if you use suspense for this, you don't really have it's really interesting. Like, yeah, we'll look at suspense later. Because when you use suspense, you would await the data, right? You wouldn't have this update thing in between. But that is exactly what enables caching and optimistic updates. So, but okay, so that's use sandbox. And then we're going to, yeah, let's split this into like rest TS. Not reset, but rest. So we're going to put, yeah, so let's create a folder called rest. And let's make an index out of that. And let's just have that stuff in there. And then we would do export use sandbox. Yeah, let's just export star from ./rest. It's not a module. I'm not sure why you're saying that, but okay. Now what we want to do is we want to create, now the thing is like GQL, would that be, let's just create a rest TS file. simpler. And then let's create a GQL TS file. So rest should be okay, and this one's also happy. From /GQL. So what we're going to do here, we're just going to export. Well, we can from GQL we can export create query and create mutation and create subscription. And then we export use query. And so this is where it kind of gets exciting. So let's see, then we have some commented code that I, of course, just removed. So use query is going to take a query. And any variables. So the interesting thing is that this actually has 2 signatures. So we're going to export it as a function. I don't know, can you actually do function override with use? I'm not sure. But if I do function, we can at least do export. So this would be where we only have where we don't have variables. We just have a query definition. Query. Do we have that in there? What did I call it? Query definition. Oh, I can't find it there. I'm not sure if we actually have. Oh yeah, we will have to import that from. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to. I'm just going to say record string unknown for this. Doesn't matter. So either we have that and it returns a promise of unknown, like we don't really know, but we need to track it. So we have T here. Or we might have a version of this where we actually have variables as well, which would mean variables record string unknown, where we need to track the V as well. So that means use query has some args. Well, we can say query. Oh, sorry, this is wrong. No, this is right. We would say TV. Would this work? Why are they complaining? Oh. Oh yeah, sorry. So this would return. Yeah, let's just do promise T for now. This is going to be something else. There we go. What are you complaining about? It's not compatible with this implementation signature. No, I guess it's not. So args here, args would be either T or TV. Does that make compatible? Or is this the problem? Promise. Yeah, okay, sorry, it was the promise. I think we can do query variables optional V. Yeah, that doesn't mess with the okay, so let's just try this and see how it works. Test component or use something. So we would do cons test equals create query foo, and it would just be me beta access true. So if I were to yeah, sorry. Yeah. Test equals use query test. I really need that type. Yeah. But I actually implemented this. Where did I do that? God damn it. Rest. Oh, I don't need that. Fuck, I did implement this somewhere. Do I have to implement it again? God damn it. Because this is just, yeah. I don't think I'm exposing that function in any way. Because if we look at GQL here and we have create query, like we're just saying that this is, like this should really be a type of its own. But I do have requester, do I? Okay, so I think we can, at least for now, we can copy that. We can clean that up later. So if we just look at the return type of this, and we'll just copy that. And we say that, and I think maybe we can just do this now. Okay, let's try something. So the query can be a promise of T. We have requester. Oh, is that coming from? Oh, that's weird. Why isn't it using the existing one? That's so weird. Okay. Oh, it's export, sorry. So variables can be void. Okay, so I think we can just use this, or record string unknown. And then we have cache queries boolean. Oh yeah, this is just options. I think those are like optional, so we don't really need those. We need this one. So let's try to just say export const use query tv extends record string unknown or void. Oh, sorry. And this should not be. God damn it. In the winter wonderland. So this would be v, and then we should be able to say variables v. We might have to change that a little bit, and then we say this returns promise t. Not sure why it's, yeah, but never used. Oh yeah, and then expected 2 arguments, yeah, and that's perfectly fine. Because yeah, the challenging thing here is that we only want that second one when the I wonder if I can just do this. Never. No, because now it thinks there should be like a second argument there. So what we need to do, we actually have to say args, or well, args would be v extends record string unknown. If that's the case, then we actually do want variables to be v, or we're not going to have any. Didn't it work? It's not assignable to, do we actually have to have? Oh, okay, sorry. So we do need options, cache queries. Yeah, I have to work more on this typing. Include type names, boolean. I'm not sure. Was it type names? No, it's good. Okay, so now we at least have that thing returning what it's supposed to return. And if I were to add like props here, it should start asking for the variables. Yeah, and this should be foo. Nice. Okay, so that's working. Now the thing is, this isn't going to return a promise of t. This is actually going to return something very similar. To this REST thing. So we have data state here as well. But in this case, we don't really have in this case, we don't really want to deal with updating, right? Because we're just running a query. But we might want to like refetch. So we can say fetching and then like fetch error. Oh, I didn't implement the cache of the REST thing. But yeah, that's all, can all be explained in theory. Reset to remote. What else did we fix? I feel like we've fixed a ton of stuff lately. Is there like any my issues? Closed? Can I see closed issues? Auto closed? I would explicitly write down all done tasks. Some of them are overlapping. Let's see. Let's see. What else have we done here? Unified sandbox supporter. Didn't we do anything else? What the hell? I felt like we'd done way more than this. Or is that the only thing I worked on this week? I'm so certain I fixed a couple of issues. Maybe I didn't. Like, how do I look at like latest closed issues? Yeah, it just looks like we haven't done much. But this was part of a bigger thing. Oh, of course. Let's look at pull requests. So let's see. Can I? Yeah, this is a good one. So closed author. Three days ago. Oh, trigger multiplier. Yeah, rename CodeSandbox. That's the one I was thinking about. Rename CodeSandbox fixed. 8 days ago. That's last week. Yeah. Cool. So what are we going to do here? We are going to we are going to say that either we're fetching, we're ready, or we have an error. Let's call it fetch error. And we are going to no, wait, I did use the cache here. Oh, wait, that's what I've done wrong. Yeah, sorry. So we are actually going to do, yeah, that's what I forgot. What we're going to do here, we're going to say client rest cache subscribe. Hello. And we're going to subscribe to Sandbox with ID, with the ID, and we're just going to, I guess that's data. We're just going to dispatch an update. Or update success with the data. I'm not sure why it's complaining. Oh, we need that one at least. Why are you complaining? Boolean? Oh, wait a minute. Rest cache, subscribe. Wait, why are you complaining? Type Boolean. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. This is fetch success. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So we shouldn't really have fetch success. We should have cache update. Cache update. Though you can still have a fetch error, but we generally don't update the state. We update the state through the cache. That's the thing. Cache update. So when you're fetching, you can get a cache update. When you are ready, you can get a cache update. But yeah, here you start to see like when we're actually updating, do we then go and yeah, because we shouldn't have update success. We should just have cache update. Now the tricky thing about that is it actually the something else coming from the cache updating it, or is it actually based on your request? Yeah, that one's tricky. That one's really tricky because you, by the way, I have to check my, yeah, 130. So the tricky thing is, is this? Let's see. Yeah, this is really tricky. So I'm asking for an update. I tell the cache to update. But in the meantime, you might get a cache update from someone else. But that doesn't matter because you move to ready. So we don't really need update success either, but we do need update error. So that we're at the point where you try to update it, there was an error, and you can like see that. Okay, I think this makes a lot more sense. So what we're going to do here, this is what I wanted to do all along, is to say rest cache, sandbox, set sandbox ID data. And this in turn, and the cool thing about this is this will trigger the subscription we have, but we might have unmounted. So yeah, though we still have this dispatch. Yeah, I just don't like promises. But anyways, cache client rest cache set sandbox ID data. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, because what do we actually want to set here? I think we really want to set state action. So we want to pass the action data here, but we want to pass the state data here. It's kind of, there's definitely a scenario here where, yeah, this is interesting. This is so interesting. So I'm trying to change the title, but then something else updated the cache, which makes it, yeah, no, let's do it like this. Yeah, and this will be cache update instead. Cool. Yes, so that's that thing. And now we are going to do something similar for this. Not sure if we have time. Nice, nice. Drop it like it's hot. Okay, let's just get into this and try to get this ready for like a demo. I wonder how the demo should look like really. Yeah, so I should just show the Yeah, I think I should wait with the demo. It was just really nice to get a lot of work done on this. And I think that I really need to do a proper demo of this. There's not enough time. So yeah, let's not do a demo of this. But let's try to see how far we can get with this use. Why did I remove that comment? God damn it. Do I still have it here? No. Okay. So what do we need here? We need something very similar to REST. So what I'm thinking is what am I thinking here? Should we just copy this? No, let's think about it from scratch. So we want to have this reducer, and so we want query state. Yeah, so this is basically query state. It's not data state. And fetching ready, fetch error. And we need a query action, which would be, well, refetch. It's basically just that. Type private query action. Type cache update. And we have a query reducer which takes prev state, query state, and action, query action, or private query action. And we do a transition. Oh, nice. Prev state action, and we'll prev state action. What the fuck? Was it query state? Oh yeah. So I guess. Oh fudge. How do we do this? Ew. Yeah, how do we do this? So we need to pass T. Yeah, but sorry, we don't care about the data here. Unknown. We don't care about the data. So either we are fetching, we are ready, or we have a fetch error. And while we are fetching, we're just waiting for the cache to be updated. And that cache has the, oh yeah, cache update, data unknown. So that means we move to a ready state and we have the data. And then when we are ready, we should allow refetching, which means we move back into a fetching state. And you can argue like, now when we move back into fetching, maybe we shouldn't maybe there should be a version of fetching. Yeah, there definitely should be. There should be a refetching state, which also holds the data. So this should be refetching. And we have to have that there. So refetching. So while you're refetching, you might get, like, you should get the cache updates again, which moves you back into ready. Data with the data. I'm not sure why this is so angry. Oh yeah, because we still have data there, so we have to pass that along. And if we have a fetch error, you're also allowed to refetch. But now we're going into fetching without the data. Yeah, that's also interesting. Like, you could technically have a refetching error. Yeah, it's so fascinating. Yeah, but let's say that you can only get a fetch error. So that would be an internal thing. Type fetch error. Error is a string. So like if you get an error on refetch, it just doesn't do anything for now. But this is super, super fascinating stuff. Like, I've never felt having like access or understanding of all of this, and we're actually able to expose this through these explicit states, and we can even act on them explicitly, which is going to be freaking awesome. But let's simplify it for now, so that when we're fetching, we might get a fetch error, which gives us the error state fetch error. Yes. So what we are going to do here, we're going to say, yeah, we have query state, and then we have the query reducer. Yeah. So we also need like a export type use query state, which is actually the return type of query reducer. And that's what we're going to shove into our state, set state, use state. And here we are also going to check if we have const cache would now be, yeah, let's use the const client use. What do we call it? What did I use here? Oh, yeah, so this should be new file context. Oops, rest. From React. And, oh, sorry, rest types. Oh, that shouldn't have been moved. And then CodeSandbox API context comes from context. Cool. Yeah, and we can even like export use CodeSandbox export const use context CodeSandbox context API, or yeah, use CodeSandbox. It should be upper B here. CodeSandbox. Oh, didn't I even do it here? That's my bad. I think it's upper B, CodeSandbox. Then here we do use CodeSandbox API. We are just waiting for the dev and to work. It is working, though we are currently not running hibernation commits, which needs to be fixed. We could have prioritized it, but decided to wait for the new dev and we thought the estimate was early this week for DX flow, but not ready still. For the dev end to work, it is the PR is really working, though we're currently not running hibernation commits, which needs to be fixed. We could have prioritized it, but decided to wait for a new dev end. Okay, so where are we at? Use CodeSandbox API. So now we have the client here, the GQL client, and here we should also be able to get from the cache, which I haven't implemented. So let's implement that. And it works the same. We just say what type we want, and key string. I guess that's more like, no, wait. This should be variables. Variables, record, string, unknown. And what we get back here is maybe this dot. Yeah, we need the ID, const ID, this dot get query ID, where we pass. Yeah, wait, this is not type. This is query function. Sorry, query variables. So we basically say this dot query subscriptions ID yes, I think we should just return the actual interesting. What do we actually want to return here? Okay, let's just return the data. get data. So we don't really have that now, but get data will be return this.data. And we don't really know if we have the data there, and that's perfectly fine. So that means here. Oh, so that's in that thing, but we also, didn't I implement get? Isn't this GQL cache? Why isn't it updated? Oh, GQL cache. Get query. Yeah, so this should be, let's just destructure this. Variables, query variables. Can I do this? Oh, interesting. Yeah, because I've done like a very simple query function here. I think we can make that better. Because here I made a proper thing, didn't I? Where did I put that? So this should be query function. Let's this should really come from requester TV. This should really come from. Oh, but that's a problem, isn't it? Because now, fuck. Now we don't have the. This is really tricky, because I need access to the return types and stuff. Or I guess I can just do this. Yeah, let's try this. Come from the GQL API. Yeah. Cool. What's it called? GQL. But I'm not exporting now, am I? No. So this is coming from the cache currently, but as I said, this should really come from somewhere else. What are you complaining about? Query function is not a generic. Oh, sorry. Extends record string. Okay, let's just try this now and see if it works. Yeah, so who says variable? Yeah, now I'm saying variables might be undefined. So let's just do that for now. We should support undefined variables. That will just make things a bit more efficient. Yeah, so it's the same here. So if we have a cache, we're going to return state ready, where the data is that cache. Or we are going to move into a fetching state as the initial state. And then what we have to create like a dispatch thing here as well, use callback. And then we're going to return state and dispatch as use query state and dispatch use query action. Why not? Oh, sorry. Use query action. Use query private action. I think that's how I used it. Yeah, so dispatch should take use query action or use query private action. It should call set state, prev state, and use query query reducer with prev state and action. And I thought that would make it okay. Oh, sorry. So now this has started to return these states. So now the fun stuff begins. So again, we just go ahead and we start subscribing to this. Sorry, GQL cache subscribe query variables. And then we have an update here. Okay, let's do, should support that. And what we get here is data. And this is the data that's like a weighted, oh yeah, sorry, weighted T. And this is the actual result of the query. So this means basically that we just say dispatch type cache update, and that should take the data. So now we have this running. And then when we actually use state transition of fetching, we trigger the query, GQL query variables. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, so we're not using the actual query type. Maybe we should just fix that. It doesn't matter. Need to fix the type of query. Doesn't matter. And then if it's okay, we are going to say data client GQL cache update. We pass it the query and the variables and the data. Yeah, this is not properly typed now. Yeah, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, because we expect there to be, do not expect type name here. That's just, I just know it's there, but we want to hide that type from everything. Cool. And then that updates the cache, which updates the subscription, which updates the state, and so on. And then internally, if anything, yeah, internally it starts subscribing to whatever entities is there. So this subscription might also update if something else updates any of the entities in this query. Yet to be tested. Yeah, but I think this is actually basically it. So it really means that if we, yeah, so there's definitely more, like I would really want to have a running version of this to give a proper demo, but we've gotten really far. So what I think I should do next is I need to fix that type. I'm going to take a break before the session we have now. Yes. So yeah, let's just commit this and then. Wow, what the hell happened to this one? Whoop. Oh, that's interesting. We should also resize when we. Oh, interesting. That's a bug. Let's add that. Bug report terminal is off when reopening. When you hide the sidekick and open it, the terminal is off. Let's just take an image of that. Should look nice. Should look normal. Just open, close, and open the sidekick. It does not always happen. We just need to call the resize. We just need to call the resize on the terminal. Cool. Oh, boop. No verify. Nice. I'm super happy about all the progress made. Not ready for demo though. That was a bit sad. But yeah, this is going to kick ass when we get it done. So I'm going to play more around with this. I'm working on this in the evening as well. But now like the fun stuff has started. So I think I'm going to focus on getting a running version first. So I can actually start testing it. And then do the demo, create some excitement, and then start like properly implement it in terms of like the caches needs a lot of testing. Yeah, and also the hooks needs testing. Yeah, like it needs to be heavily tested, but it's very straightforward testing, so that's good. Okay, I'll stop the stream for now because I have a couple of sessions. So yeah, bye for now. Have a nice weekend.